worst part, what I posted on Discord isn't even completely inaccurate. It is supposed to thunderstorm tonight. I did get way too little sleep last night, and I haven't had caffeine in the house in years. Excuse me. Bowel incinerator. Oh god. I have a bad feeling about this thing. Hi, yes, hello. What's the meaning of this? Management to reduce bandwidth by removing all vowels from every word. Good luck. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Facility manager kindly left all 5 vowels over there on the floor for you. We really should send them a handwritten thank you note one of these days. Send everything to the outbox except for vowels. Since they gave me the vowels, this shouldn't be terribly difficult. The only catch is I haven't played this game in a week, so I have to remember the shenanigans. So what I essentially need to do is find some way where it puts... Okay. As always, we start with inbox. Technically, I know, you don't... It's not that the code will always start with inbox, it's that the first thing I always want to think in terms of is grab thing from inbox, even if I later add other commands. Thinking in terms of grab from inbox is useful. In this case, dog. The letter D is not a vowel, obviously. So what we need to do... If two things are equal, so in theory it's copy 2, 9, for instance. And we're probably going to need to use 0 to clear everything out as usual at the start of these things. So now we have our letter every single time. And then we're probably going to need to do... we don't even need to do that, do we? Necessarily. Yes, we do. We do need to copy 2. Because what we then do... Oh yeah, I guess we should see what's the optimization. 13 or fewer, that's not terrible. Sub... What we're holding is A. So let's double check and see how this works. Code of... So, okay, that works how I think it does. If 0, we jump back to start. If not 0, we then sub E. I. O. U. And then if they survive all 5 steps, copy from this outbox, and then jump back here. Actually, no, before we do that, copy from this. Oh, we don't need to do that necessarily. Let's just see if this works. So my solution will probably solve it, but it will take way more steps than they anticipated. So there's a more optimal solution. This solution, I think, will work. It just is inefficient because it uses 6 more steps than intended. way to do this easier. That requires the 0. Interesting. So I destroyed the speed challenge, but did not get the size challenge. So apparently the size challenge will require doing an awful lot of speed. That's not terrible. That's not terrible. I didn't expect to actually get both of those. Or even one of those. You're fired. Haha, just kidding, but I do have a note here from your supervisor. She's out sick today, but she says it's time to eliminate inefficiencies. And that's it. Yes, I'm scared of her too. Send everything from the inbox to the outbox, like assume the same value before, discard any duplicates. Okay. Copy to that. Well, first we need to copy from 0 and copy to 13 and 14. So we'll copy from that. So this is our 0. This is our up. And this is our down. Copy from 0 to up and down. So inbox, copy to the actual value of up, which will be 0. Oh, gross. I just realized what this is going to entail. Well, can't be helped. And then, after we've copied to up, which will be in this case 0, we need to bump up by 1 in the end. Above that space. But that'll be probably the last step before we loop back to the start. Because one of these numbers will need to be reset every single time and the other won't. Because it's not up and down, it's once and rep. Because one of those will be going up every single time, and one of those will only be going up once. Inbox, copy to once. That'll be the last one. After that, after the copy to once, we then need to go on a loop where we subtract rep, but the absolute value of rep. And if 0, we need to jump all the way back here. Although there might be a way to do this. Jump 0, back to the start. We just ignore it. And if that doesn't work, we need to bump rep up. And then copy from where's the exit? Copy from the absolute value. We need an exit step. This will let us check everything infinitely. It might be jump if... No, jump if negative won't work because sometimes they'll be positive, sometimes negative with copy. Optimization is 17 and we're already on 12. Although there is an option. Bump rep plus 1. What if we swap? Or. Idea. We make this 0. So at that point, we jump if 0. So this would be jump back to here. Copy from once, subtract rep. If it doesn't work, bump rep, then copy from once again. And we keep jumping. However, if we copy, we need to make this 0. The absolute value of that, so we need to swap around 0 and rep. So this needs to be 0, and this needs to be rep. And that might even change. Copy from rep, copy to 0, and then 0 never changes. So I need this to swap. I need 1 and 0 to swap. Copy from rep, copy to 0. Bump. Copy from 0. Right? Copy from 0, copy to 1. So once that's there, rep is going to go up constantly. Once is only going to go up every single time. So actually, these need to become rep. Sub absolute value of rep. The bump, the actual value of rep. Copy from absolute value of rep. Oh no, from this. I think this is correct. Because eventually once, no, not once, it will be rep, it will be rep. Copy from the absolute value of rep. Will eventually reach 0. And if it reaches 0, then we jump here, at which point we copy from the absolute value of once. Whoopsies. Once. Bump once. But no, I gotta outbox first. Outbox, bump once, and then jump. Copy from rep. That won't work. It's copy from rep, then it's copy from once. That'll let us escape. If Repus wishes. I think this'll work. Let's find out. Because the very first step kills it. So what I need to probably do is bump. Once. Or is it bump? Bump it one time. Try that and see what happens. Right. I don't want to do like a zillion bumps. This isn't gonna work at all. Because if the idea is, oh, I'll just compare with every single value. We ignored 0, going straight to it. If we ignored 0, went straight to 1 for red. Or for ones. That has potential. We bumped it immediately up to 1. What happens? I mean, that is an option. In fact, that's probably the correct option. 0. Now it's actually 0. Really? Rude. But I think I have the solution in that case. Alright. Clear everything. So, step 1 is copy from rack. Copy to 0. Next, there's going to be a jump in here. Copy from 0. Copy to once. Bump. Then inbox. Copy to the absolute value of once. And then that'll be there. Yeah, copy to the absolute value of once. That gets that taken care of. But then how do you compare the two and get an X case? Then bump once, inbox, copy to the absolute value of once. Theory, one option is copy from actual once, copy to actual rep. Then we start comparing. At that point, it'll be a 1. We are, at that point, holding the number 1. So we copy from subtract 1, yeah, that bumps down. So we would need to do the bump first. That's an idea. Because we don't want to compare it to itself. So a bump once down. We get it back down to 0. Not 1, sorry, bump corrected. And then copy from 0. If 0, we jump forward. If not, we start the loop. Or continue the loop. There's the rain. We then copy from the absolute value of rep. And subtract the absolute value of once. If that result is 0, get the hell out of here and start over again. If that result is not 0, loop. We loop back to bump rep. We don't need a copy from that. We don't copy from 0. Oops, we copy from the absolute value of rep. That's what we do. Copy from the absolute value of rep if it's 0. If not, we subtract once. Which in this case would equal 0, but this won't get there. But if it does get there, then it would be a 1. And if it's a 0, the results, then that's bad. If it's not a 0, we jump back over here, bump minus, and keep going. And we copy from until we reach 0, at which point we jump forward. Upon that is when we're done, so we would then copy from the absolute value of once and outbox. And then we jump back here to the step where we copy from 0 and copy to once, and that won't work. Oh no, we copy to rep. And bump once. Copy from rep, copy to okay, they got it there. And copy to once. And that's the clear. This might work. This might work. Feels too easy. Okay, so we got that part right. Can do this. Can do that. Okay, this is E, so we'll fast forward to it because we know we can do this. Now it can handle duplicates, because that's what it's designed to filter out. And I could remove 2 steps if it were just wrong. Yeah, I can remove these 2 steps because rep will always receive them. Oops. Well, resolve it, take those 2 steps out, and we're perfect. Back. Ditch those 2 steps. It won't give me the number of steps milestone, but it will give me the number of, or speed. It won't give me the speed challenge, but it will give me the steps challenge. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet speed. Yeah, no, 239. That's fine. That's the opposite of what I got last time. Couple challenges left and then we're done. Scavenger ship. I'll cough. Getting a little drafty up here. Facilities management has been notified, but we still have work to do. Drafty, you say. That's called the technique of storing data, a linked list. You can explore more about the fascinating subject when you're not at work. A chew. 863. Each pair on the floor contains data, the address of another one of the pairs. A scrambled chain. Each thing in the inbox is an address of one of the pairs. Outbox is the data for that pair and also the data in all following pairs in the chain. The chain ends when you reach a negative address. Repeat until inbox is empty. Each thing is an address. Each thing in the inbox is an address of one of the pairs. 23 and 0. Outbox the data for that pair and the data in all the following pairs. Ends when you reach a negative address. That's not terrible, honestly. Outbox the data for each pair contains 1 data to the address of another pair. So we only outbox the data, and it'll probably make letters for this. So inbox, pick up 23, and then we need to the address of another. We would need to. We need to copy it down someplace. Copy to there, and then copy from the absolute value of there. And then outbox that. And then if negative, jump back here. If not negative, repeat. Let's see. If not negative, copy to 7. And then jump back here. That might be it, actually. You can't jump if negative with empty hands. Oops. Fair point, fair point. So what we need to do is jump at negative here, right? Copy from. So we would need to copy from there again. And it's got to have one more step, that's fine. That should be it. I was like, okay, there's the 8th step. Oh, no, no, no. That's the problem. That's the trick. Because we're not copying. We need to put the value there, copy from there. But then we need to figure out how to get that number. So would that be bump 7? Yes. But it's going to be fucked up because it's going to hit 24 and it can't go negative. Tile ladder address doesn't exist. Where do you think you're going? So that's the wrong step. Copy from there. Oh, it won't do this actually. Yes, see. Oh, escape. Got it. Yes. We pick up this, and if negative, we start. Escape. Escape 8. Okay, sure. Damn it, one size too many, but speed challenge is the same. Is there any step I could remove? Inbox, copy 2. Copy from... We don't need the jump if step, right? No, because that keeps happening forever. And that's the exit. Okay, yeah, that's the actual loop, and then that's the exit loop. Inbox, copy to 7, copy. Yeah, no, we need this loop. Copy from the absolute value of 7, outbox that. Absolute value, bump the number up to copy from the then copy from the absolute value again, and then if that's negative, jump. If not, copy to 7, and okay. There's probably a way to do it, but I can't think of it. I don't care. Recoordinator, year 39. Pawn to b6, check, and guess I win again. I found the game was enjoyable playing as the best player I know, myself. Was the secret to being a practically perfect person? You just like to remember the 4 P's. Proper planning prevents problems. Yes, we know. It's all about the execution. 1476. Each number in the inbox is an address of a tile on the floor. Send to the outbox the coordinates of that tile. Column first, row second. For example, an address of 6 has coordinates 2, 1. Ask your boss for more examples. An address of 6, 2, 1. Ew. They have the 0 on the 4 we're supposed to bump this. Okay, so my guess is, even though it's 14, copy from 0, copy to, let's say 13, copy from 14, copy to 12. We're going to need to loop that to reset. Those need to be stable. This is going to be, no wait, no, this is the 0, and this is the 4. L4, we'll say L for loose. Changing. L4, L0. Then we inbox. And we copy to... It doesn't really matter, does it? Copy to 0. That's the number tile. I guess that's the inbox tile. Because unfortunately I can't do absolute value of what's in here. Oh, that's the trick is it, and how do I recognize what's in my hand? It's got to be absolute value. But the only places they can copy to are tiles. So how do I know what, like, I'd want to copy to the absolute value of what's in my hand, but I can't do that. Ooh, that's tricky. The outbox, the coordinates of that tile, the tile on the floor. The coordinates of that tile, column first, row second. How do I tell what's in my hands? You don't. You keep subtracting 4 until you get a negative number. That's your column. Then you do it again, that's your row. It's the remainder. Aha! We have our solution. That's why they give you the number 4 as a constant. So for example, 7 is a number where the remainder on the column will always be 3. But then how do we get the row? That's how many times it's gone down. So it's gone down 0 times for... Okay, so it's the divisor and the remainder. Got it! Or I guess the quotient and the remainder. So the quotient is the row and the remainder is the column. Fascinating. So now we know how to get that. Now the trick is just making it, which is going to be a little tricky. But we know what we got to do. So once we've copied to the box slot, it kind of doesn't matter where we put tiles at all. So copy to box. And then we subtract 4. Jump if negative. Wait, no, not quite yet. Subtract 4, jump if negative. If we subtract 4 and it's negative, then that means, so for example, if the number was 3, we jump if negative, because if we subtract 4 and it's negative, then 3 becoming negative means it's 0. Anything 3, 2, or 1 is going to be, I want column first, row second, though. So that would depend on how negative it is. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good point. Oh, I get it. If it ends up that, so if negative, then the first step need to have had box. So there's the box, and there is current. we need to have a current recognition. Copy to box, copy to current. Jump if negative. If negative, take the absolute value of current Ooh. Because, for example, in the case of 3, it would be 3 is the absolute value. Actually, yeah, that would just copy down into the outbox. That'd be correct. Because 3 is column. Oops. Outbox. Then, to get the row, we go to the current value. So this we don't even actually need. We don't need the 4. This can go away. So change this into the copy from up, outbox. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. And then jump back to start. In the meantime, if it's not negative, we need to copy to current, and we need to bump up 1. So for 7, for instance, copy from 14, copy to up 4. Or sorry, it's 0. In box, copy to box and current. Subtract 15. That'll be 3. That's not negative. Copy the 3 to current, that's the new one, and bump up 1. And then, oh, whoops. Jump. Yeah, we need to copy only because the bump changes what's in your hand. If we could just bump up and not change what's in our hands, these 2 steps would be unnecessary. So it's going to take 16 tokens, unfortunately. And then we would jump back to, with what we're currently holding, subtract the number 15. I think that's it. It's not it. We forgot to account for it as 0. Jump if negative, jump if 0. If 0. Copy from current, copy from up. That's going to work until we hit 0, until we hit a number of this one. Which I don't think we have, so that won't matter, but it's going to yell at me. You can't copy from an empty tile on the floor. Try running something to that tile first. Oops. Not the absolute value. My bad. so worried that there was two things. There's like, oh, that's actually supposed to be two. The 2. Negative. So we put the 2 in the 0. So this will get the right results, but they're gonna be like, you solved this in a way that only solves certain problems. Yep, fails another possible inputs here. I'll give you some inputs that cause your solution to fail so you can see through 7. Yep, I already knew that. 4, 8, 3, 7. Yep. Multiples of 4 don't work with this solution. So I need to find what to do if 0. Because if negative, that's easy. But I need to stop the if 0 sooner. When do I stop if 0? Copy from current. This little loop. I love that error message though, it's so dumb. If 0. Jump if 0. Copy from current. If current is 0. That's with negative. If not negative, copy to current. But if current is now 0, then we copy from current into outbox and copy from up there. So it's one less bump. Because for instance, okay, let's trace this. So 4, blah blah blah, inbox, copy to both of those spaces. It's currently 4. 4 should be 1, 0. So we subtract 15, and it's not negative. So we keep going. Copy there, bump up 1, copy, yeah, subtract before 15, it wasn't that, so we bump up 1. That, I think, is it. Moving the jump if 0 is the solution. Because that'll bump up 1. Zero. Up. Perfect. There we go. Slightly above requirements, don't care. Only one puzzle left. This is the final puzzle, and then we get the ending of the game. And then after that, it's just the 6 bonus puzzles I didn't do. And we've done every puzzle. Did I do this one? It's not flashing, so I'm assuming I did it. Alright, what's sorting for? Hey, check out this new office! We've really climbed the corporate ladder together. Thank you, my supervising skills truly are adequate. Your skills are pretty good too. Whatever does he do over there. So are you ready? How do you sort? Don't ask me. I eat the bread before I make my sandwich. I'm gonna put my shoes on before my socks. I think I'm getting younger. What? I don't think I was ever a kid. Were you? 34 or fewer challenges, 714 or fewer steps. Holy fuck. What is this? Oh no! Oh no! And I am already weary. For each 0 terminated string in the inbox, sort the context of the string, smallest first, biggest last, and put the results in the outbox. Repeat for each string. I want to go play Final Fantasy again. I don't want to do this. No! Oh God. This is going to suck. I love how it starts with these things already there. Copy from 24 to 20. Inbox, copy to absolute value of 20. Jump of 0. Bump 20. So they give you the solution already. The catch is, how do you sort? This is literally just to put them in there. So they gave you the easy part. Oh God. Sort. So this is going to be a bunch of if negatives. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay. So, we keep doing this, and then if 0, we go to the next step. The next step is going to be, we're going to need to be able to sort those. At this point, this will be big number. And this will be small number. But I have to sort them all biggest to smallest, so, oh God. So it's you compare 2, and then the larger goes in one's tile, and this. But how do you compare every single value to every other value? Like, easily. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this so much. IMO, we need to copy to small as well. So we keep doing the bumping up of the big. And then... No, we don't do that. We copy from big to small. And the idea is big will keep going up as we put more tiles after where we were. Because bump if big leaves big the way it is. So for example, it would leave big 3 and then jump if 0. So it wouldn't count as 0. And let's double check. Where does it end? So yeah, we'd be putting a 0 there and jump if 0. Oh, whoops, copy from big. Human, yep. Whew. So we copied there. And then what we need to do is copy from the absolute value of big. Now, big down by. We need to bump down. We need to bump big down 1. So in reality, these need to swap. Shrink. And grow. Don't ask. I promise it makes sense. At that point, we copy from shrink to grow, bump shrink down, and copy from the absolute value of shrink, which needs to be compared to that one. No, there's no loop yet. So we copy from the absolute value of shrink, copy to the absolute value of grow. That's easy. Next, we copy from the absolute value of this. Oh, I also bump. We need to bump grow up 1, and we need to shrink down 1. So copy from the absolute value of shrink, which is now 1. We need to... Oh, I figured it out. Maybe. We need to subtract the current grow absolute value. If negative, we then copy from shrink again. Okay, so if the new number is the shrinking is negative, it's going to be bigger. And then we copy to the absolute value of grow. Because it's bigger. If it's smaller, we don't do anything, we keep it where it is. If it's smaller, we leave it and jump back to here, where we bump grow up by 1 and shrink. Oh no, if it's yeah, we need to bump the shrink down by 1 to grow by 1. But we down here, it's copy from shrink, copy to grow. And then jump. Oh no, we don't bump grow. That's why grow, yeah, that's a good reason to do grow first. We don't bump grow up because it didn't go up. Because we went down. So let's try this. You can't sub an empty tile on the floor. What the heck did I do? Copy from shrink. Copy to grow, bump shrink down by 1. copy from absolute value of shrink, which is the tile to the left of the 0, so in this case it'd be a 2. And copy to the absolute value of grow, which would be a 3. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Bump, we need to compare first, then do the bumping. We need to then copy from the absolute value. No, here's what we need to do. We need to copy to grow. We then need to bump shrink down 1. Copy from shrink. And subtract grow. And that's the point where we just as negative. If negative, copy from, oh, let's see, jump. So if negative, bump shrink. Bump grow, copy from shrink, copy to grow. Jump back to copy from shrink, subtract grow. If not negative, we leave it as is. Okay. So we take what's here and put it there. That's our actual chain. Negative, which means it's bigger. Dang it, what did I do wrong? Subtract grow. Copy from shrink. Subtract grow. If negative, oh, I think I'm backwards. Copy from, so it'd be, we subtract the, so to what we might need to do is copy from grow, subtract shrink. That should do it. Goes there, and now we compare damn it, what am I screwing up? Good odds. Copy from shrink. Okay, so after the step 7, that's all correct. After that, we copy from shrink to grow and bump shrink down by 1. Then and after that, we copy, so copy from shrink, copy to, shrink, bump shrink down by 1, which will then move shrink to 2. Copy from the absolute value of shrink, which will be, in this case, 2, copy to the absolute value of grow. That will be 3. Bump shrink down by 1. Now it's a 1. Then we copy from absolute value of shrink. Or do we want it to grow? Whichever's easier. shrink for now. Copy from the absolute value of shrink, subtract the absolute value of grow. And no, we want the reverse. If the number is negative, we copied from grow, we subtracted shrink. If the number is negative, that means shrink was bigger, in which case shrink needs to go to the right. We haven't bumped grow yet, so at this stage we bump grow 1. But before we do that, oh, actually, after we do that, yeah, we do that. And then we copy from the absolute value of shrink and copy to the absolute value of grow. And then we loop back. To bump shrink -1 and continue. If it's not negative, however, if it's positive, then we actually just leave it, I think. Oh no, we're on 1 though, so we copied to 3 and then 1. So that won't quite work. Won't quite work, hi kitty, by my feet. If positive, we copy from the absolute value of shrink, and we copy to 23. We bump shrink up by 1. We copy from 23 and copy to the absolute value of shrink. And then we loop back. And I think that gets us my step 2 finally. Skip the apple. 2. So 42 goes in spot 3. Positive. We put it down there. We bump that back up, and we put that in spot 2. And then we bump that back down. We need to bump it back down one more time. Negative address does not exist. Where do you think you're going? That's fair. Okay. So bump shrink down by 0. If at any point we reach 0 shrink, we go forwards. They might not both be necessary. At that point, they want highest to lowest, right? No, they want lowest to highest. there's a way to do it. I can think of a slower way, but we're definitely going over. At this point, we'd have to reverse it, because the number I would have is the grow number, which would be the biggest number. But we want the smallest. But how do I put only those numbers? Alternatively, how do I just work with the shrink number? Unless, that's actually how we do it. Copy 2. No, because that won't be consistent, will it? We need the we would need to know what the smallest number in the chain is. And that's not going to be consistent. Because it'll depend on what's bigger or what's smaller. Plus, again, my solution's only going to work right now with 3 items. What happens if, for example, it's bigger than 78, but smaller than... sorry, it's bigger than 54, but smaller than 78. Because bigger will always go on the right, but 78 will be on the right, so that won't work. It needs to be compared to everything. This one is hurting my brain. My current solution doesn't even accomplish what it intends to do, let alone everything else. So human, cloud, breath. This one is raw. This one is fucking raw. Like, holy shit. This one's rough. And I don't even technically know that the first 7 are right. I'm just assuming so because it lays it all out. Laying it all out is one thing. The question is, how do I organize? How do I sort using only jump if 0, jump if negative? Maybe I'm looking at this all wrong. Smallest to biggest. So once everything's all laid out, we then take the first, we shrink 0 by, we don't need to worry about grow actually. What if we just shrink by 1? We copy that number. Copy 2. Can't even see how this is going to work. So any number negative. Copy it there. And then, let's see, in one direction we subtract everything from the, that'll get us only I hate this puzzle. theory, we want to lay it out biggest to smallest so we get that copy of smallest to biggest. That'd be the easier way of doing this. So we want to find the, even though it seems a little counterintuitive, we want to go bigger numbers on the left, smaller numbers on the right. But how do we find the smallest number? The smallest number is the number that when you subtract anything from it is negative. So the biggest number is the number where if you subtract anything from it, the number is positive. So what you then do, after you copy to 23, we're going to need to do the shrink and the grow again. Copy to shrink, it was bump shrink. I guess copy from shrink. Copy to, so we need grow again. And we need a third one. Shrink to. No, it'd be a both. And then 23 is copy. Copy to copy. Then what we need to do is we've copied it from the absolute value of shrink, which in this case is 2. We subtract no, what we need to do next is we need to bump shrink down by 1. Right back. That's not going to work, that's not going to work, that's not going to work. Every single idea I've had isn't going to work. Bump shrink down. No, it works. Copy to grow. Bump shrink down 1. Copy from absolute value shrink. Bump shrink down 1 again. Subtract or sub the absolute value of shrink. If it's positive, loop back to where we bump shrink. Oh wait, no. Before we do that, we gotta copy from copy and sub shrink. If it's 0, or if it's negative, we don't have the biggest number, and therefore we loop back. But we jump at 0 because that's the exit of this loop. So if we reach 0 and it's never negative, we have the correct answer. In that case, we go to the current value of, we copy from copy and copy to the current absolute value of grow, because it's the largest number. what if it does end up negative? Yeah, I'm not thinking this straight. Whew. Tyrants, maybe if I can realized. Because I'm usually much better at seeing the big picture than this. Jump if negative. Wouldn't be to heal, would it? If negative would go elsewhere. And if it's not negative, it goes here. If negative, it goes someplace else. If it's not negative, we keep going. And if it eventually reaches 0, then we go to here, at which point we copy from copy and copy to grow. We then bump grow 1 and bump both by 1. We found the biggest number. And then at that point, we jump back to copy from shrink. No, we don't do that quite yet. We'll have to. But first, what we're going to need to do you bump up both by 1. We need to take the number we copied from shrink. Copy from shrink. Because yeah, we are copying from copy. And in that case, we copy from, that's an option, we just skip it 0. Copy from zero, and copy to where do we copy to? You would, in theory, want to copy to the place the number came from. So, actual reality, we might want to erase it first. Yeah. So after we copy to 23, or sorry, after we copy to copy, we copy from 0 and copy to the absolute value of shrink, which is now a null value. At that point, we bump shrink minus down, and we go at it. But what happens if it ever goes negative? If it goes negative, we discover that it's got a negative, which means that it's bigger, that there's a bigger number. In that case, we copy from copy and copy to so now we copy, that means it's a bigger number, So that means sub-shrink. That means we copy from copy to 19, which we'll call hold. Copy from our current grow, no, our current shrink. Copy to copy. Copy from hold. Copy to the current shrink. Jeez. So we swap the two numbers around. And then copy from and then copy from hold, copy shrink, and then we jump back to the start of. Oh wait, no, we don't do that quite yet. We then copy from the absolute value of grow. To the absolute value of shrink. And then we jump back here. This is such a mess. I hate it. I hate this challenge. Because it's step 1, layout, which is easy. Step 2, sort, which is a bitch. And step 3, dispose, which is probably also easy. As long as I do 2 correctly. However, if shrink is now 0, bump shrink, copy from shrink. Whereas jump to 0. Let's see what this does. Besides fail. Damn it, I didn't even get that right. I forgot to copy to the current row. Copy. Because I never decided if it should be grow or not. Oh, yeah, right. 62 is the small is not the smallest, so it shouldn't be 62. It should be 99. Because it was positive and it was the biggest number. I broke. I'm broken. I'm broken. None of this works. Just a mess of bad code. And I can't mass select any of it, so I'm forced to delete part of it at a time. Now how copy paste works. I don't need you to tell me every time. I don't think my brain is in the right place for this game tonight. I am completely... I don't know, honestly. I don't know. Don't know if I can do this tonight. Like, every idea I'm running across is coming up blank. Sorting has become my biggest challenge. And I have no idea where to go next. You're to step 2. Can you tell why I'm not a programmer? Start with this. Let's try it. So in phase 2, it's still the comparative. How do I get a comparable? How do I make sure it's the correct comparable? How do I compare one tile to every other tile? So honestly, the only thing I need to do is find the smallest and then override that one. Let's go from that approach. So for instance, we have 88, 33, and 54 that are going to be going here. So starting with 54, we don't want 54 to go up at all. So what do? We copy from P2. That'll be 88. Hey Persephone. This game is hurting my brain. It's mean. For the record, this is the final level. Look at this mess. I'm not even going to try to explain it. They want me to sort. They want me to sort the information from smallest to largest. And it is fucking me over. After I did pretty good on the last few puzzles. On the final level, it is like, nope, fuck you. Also, for context, Ayla is currently asleep under my desk. I don't have the camera there because that's also where things like my feet and my crotch are, and I don't want the camera focusing on that. I'm excited. Sorry. I'm excited you're here. The puzzle's just hurting. This puzzle is hurting my brain. It's painful. Yeah, I know you're joking. Seriously, this one hurts. I've not had to try this many solutions for a puzzle so far. It's genuinely impressive. Ooh, crouch. Exactly. Uh-huh. Yeah, no. We're not doing that. Because, yeah, there's no good place to put the CAD camera. Where's the camera right now? Like, I'll show you where the kitty is so you see what I mean. But due to the circumstances, there is no good place to put a camera. Kitty. But the only place I could reasonably put this would be like on the arm of my chair, which is the absolute least secure thing ever. Yet Ayla is here because she doesn't like storms, and she has decided that by me is the safe place for a storm. We are currently under a tornado watch, actually, because the wind conditions are bad enough that they're concerned. They're fluffy little booty. Yep. She appreciates it, even though she is terrified of the storms. She does not like it. Oops. That webcam. She does not like the thunder and the lightning. And yeah, tornadoes watches are messy business. So, copy from P2. Bars get a rainstorm so you get it. Yeah, that's fair. Copy from P2. Subtract. Oh wait, no, not that. Copy from the absolute value of P2. Subtract. Oh wait, I get it. Copy to, say, 23, which we'll just call copy again. Subtract P1. No, we gotta increase P2. Bump. This time I was gonna storm because he gets all nervous and comes to be part of me, basically. Yeah. Bump P2. Copy from. Copy. subtract absolute value of P2. Now we need to move this down here. Copy from 24. See the kitty's going, yeah, good kitty. Yep. Copy from 24 to P2. Copy from absolute value of P2, copy to copy. Subtract absolute value. No. We need to bump up P2. We need to copy from copy and subtract the absolute value. If the number is negative, it means that there's a bigger number. So we keep going. If the number is negative, we start over. And if we ever reach oh, that's a good point. Okay, so bump P2, copy from P2, and if it's ever 0, that's how we escape. But negative will happen first. If it's negative, we keep going. If it's positive at all, that means it's a bigger number. And if it's a bigger number, then that don't work. Positive, and that means that what we're holding in copy is the bigger number. In that case, that's the problem, is I can't figure out how to keep going afterwards. How do I convince it to move on? Sorry, just shut up. I am completely missing what I need to do with this. Copy of 0, copy come from, so 2. Because I already can see multiple ways where this solution fails. Because it doesn't have a way to keep moving onwards that I can see. Because if positive, then you move on to the next number, right? But how do I convince myself that? How do I do that? Bongos! He can keep bongos. If positive. If it actually is the smaller number, then you copy that number. If it's not negative, copy from, that's the value of P2 and keep going. Copy from, copy to, copy. Jump here. And eventually we'll reach a point. If it's negative, we keep going, and eventually we'll reach a point where it's 0. Just here, starting with a nice again. Your presence isn't annoying. It keeps me sane. Seeing something other than this game. I was going nuts until you showed up, to be honest. Seeing the emotes is actually humorous enough that I'm not going crazy anymore. And it's not so much that the game is annoying as that the game is hurting my head. But eventually it'll be 0. And at 0... Kikis. At 0... that means the number we currently have is the smallest number. Because nothing negative happens. So we then copy from, copy. And go to inbox. Copy from 0. But then how do we get back? How do we get back to the left? I guess in that case we would go down. We go down until it equals. So we would then copy from copy and subtract the absolute value of P2. And if it's 0, we jump. If it's not 0, we bump P2 down and keep going. But if it is 0, that's the problem, is I need to, in theory, make it negative. That's an option. That's an option. So that's jump at 0. What if I also put a if negative, just skip this number and go back to the start and ignore. So negative becomes the ignore feature. So jump at 0. So what I would want to do is copy from 24. So this will be -1. Copy from 24 to P2. And copy to -1, bump -1 down, so it's -1. Good option? Maybe. Fucking maybe. Okay, and we jump there. And then we jump back here. Because eventually we'll reach this. If 0, then we copy from -1 and copy to the current absolute value of P2. And then we go back to the start of this project, which is copy from 24. No. Oh, I see. So that becomes a constant. Whereas that, yeah, copy from 24 to it. Yeah, something like that. And then every time we come across a negative, we skip it. But then how do we exit? This will let me get through one string. How do I convince it to go to the remaining strings? That's the remaining step I need still. How do I end the sorting process and get to a new string? In this case, oh yeah, when is the negative? So whenever copy from P2, so let's see how this works. What the? Ah. Pop. It's 31. That to be a negative number. 83. Beautiful. Then we replace 58. And that becomes after I hit the 8 number. So that becomes -1. So the next solution is eventually... No, that won't work because it'll be a -1. That solution only worked because the biggest number was first. If the the smallest number wasn't first. If the smallest number is first, that wouldn't work. Looks like they're always going to be the biggest number first. But the solution doesn't quite work because if the smallest number goes first, I'm deleting that. So what I almost need to do is bump P1 immediately. And then bump P2 immediately. There's a 41, but you outbox 90. Why did that not work anymore? Very nice opters. So that doesn't work. So I need a solution that's A, possible when the first letter is negative. Or first number is negative. That's a problem. Since right now, if the first one is negative, it just bumps up, so that's not a problem. If negative. And it would just replace it and move on with its life. But eventually it's going to reach a point where they're all negative. And that's where I need to find a way to reset the loop. Back to here. What's the point at which I can reach the beginning? I wish I had one more jump if, but there's no way to connect all the points. I would need to just keep going down until it hits 0, wouldn't I? Which I guess is technically an option. Copy 2, P1, copy 2, negative 1. I guess that is technically an option. Up in your tail. Hi, sorry. I know you're nervous. So if I copy to P1, and then, yeah, copy there. But if I also copy to 0, and make that a 0, make that an endpoint. And I also, yeah, in that case, yeah, bump up P1 by 1. Which affects all the P1s. And bump up P2 by 1. Oops, not that one. Bump up P2 by 1. But then we're bumping it up every single time. That's the problem. What I almost need to do is this. Actually, yeah, that'll do. Copy from 24, copy to P1. Bump P1, or no, copy to P1, copy to 0, copy to negative 1, bump up P1, bump up, copy to 0 as well, and copy to P2, bump P1, bump P2, bump down -1. So some of this I need to repeat every single time, and some of this I only need to repeat sometime. Oh, fuck, that won't work, will it? Because I need it to be exactly then. I need it to reset every single time. I still need to do this. Copy to P2, and then I guess, yeah, bump P1. Or there be 2. And then, where's the step that's jump if negative? I guess that could be a jump if 0. the negative. Bump up. Negative 0, we ignore it. But the subtract, where is it going down? Subtract P2 and subtract if 0. Oh, no, let's subtract. We have bump P2 and bump P2 if that is 0. Restart. That might do the trick. That might do the trick. Maybe. I don't think so. Let's find out. Because the first number should be 30, the second 49, and the third 82. Okay, so 30 is and then we put the negative number there, and that stops it on the string, and it is removed from the calculations. Positive, so 49 is there. That's right. We start here. We find out there, we match the 82. Because of that, we put the negative 1 there. That was incorrect. So what we need to do instead, when we reach the stage where we've copied a negative number, when we've copied negative 1 into copy, we need to skip to the next. But where do we copy? Or where do we skip to? Is that clearly the trick? We got down to the out box, but we don't put that into the out box. Copy from copy. If the copy from copy is negative 1, we move on. F0 again? Hang on. After everything is done being negative, copy from P2, copy to copy. Jump. The only way over here is if 0, which is where we outbox it. After we outbox, we copy from copy and we replace. If 0, we move on. If it's not 0, we bump down P2 and keep going. If we don't find the duplicate, then it'll eventually hit a 0. And that's when we restart. So that might actually be the solution. If we could do one loop correctly, it should be able to do it like the rest of it. So we'll just super speed that. 71. We'll put the 71 back in. I hope I haven't made an endless loop by accident. That's my biggest concern right now, is that I might have made an endless loop by mistake. Copy from 24, put that there. -1. What the fuck? Why did that not work? Jump if negative, so that's not the right place for that. That isn't. That is. Bump P2, copy from P2. Jump if negative back here. And it'll keep jumping until it reaches 0. And at 0, it'll be, okay, copy from copy, jump if negative. It'll just create an endless loop. So that's not the solution. But that's the problem is, yeah, that'll never be a negative number. That would break this, so it can't be a negative number. So if the answer in copy is negative, then that might just mean restart. That might be the answer here. Rather than jump at 0. That might be unnecessary. Let's find out. Are there seriously duplicates? My solution can't account for duplicates. I didn't think there'd be duplicates. because it can account for positive and negative, but not zero. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? It'll erase. Well, it might be able to actually do it, actually. Because it'll just ignore it because it's not negative. It might be fine. Let's find out. You can't sub with mixed operands. Subbing between one number and one letter is invalid. Only nice virtual pairs of two letters and numbers are allowed. Where did this break? Sub P2. So what I probably need to do is bump P2 down, then do that. Yeah. Only one possible flaw I see. Hang on, step back and debug. Oh, because I'm comparing... Oh, fuck, the -1 isn't gonna work. Fuck. That's annoying. That was such a good solution and it doesn't work. Because that breaks everything. That breaks the entire formula. I cannot work if that breaks. Like, that completely breaks the entire operation. And the last 20 minutes of work if I can't find a solution to that. I might have a solution for this. I think I have a solution for this. It's going to take extra steps, but it's fine. So what I would need to do is I would need to add another extra copy step. Another copy from. So copy from the absolute value of P2. And if negative, bump. Go. It means it's going to take extra steps, but it's fine. Let's see, did I make it work? Testing now. T. think I made it work. Because the smallest HI... Yeah, so I should be next. And then it should replace the I without problems. In fact, the T is going to be where it screws up. Potentially, yeah, no, it won't be this. Okay, so the K is something, but how about that N? Good. That skips it, so the other direction we're going to worry about. 6, and... Okay, and... Yes! Good. I only have one possible problem that could maybe go wrong at this point. But I don't think it will. I think I made the whole thing. Oh no. Who knows? That might not work. Okay, now I can think of two possible problems. I didn't account for that. A string with only one integer. I guess my solution should work? I don't know if it works. Actually, no, it's the same problem. Never mind. It's the exact same problem. So this could break everything for the same reason. We'll see. I think I accounted for it, but we'll see. It's the last thing I need to account for. Like, if I can solve this, if this doesn't work, there's only one problem left, and if I can solve for it, everything's solved. This is the same problem. So 38. And it'll be 42. Fuck? The fuck happened there? I was not expecting that. The fuck was that? Because I hit the -1. I shouldn't have. It's definitely the same problem. Yep, I see what the problem is. I need to tell it to ignore that. So bump P2, copy from P2. If negative, thank you kindly, Persephone. Appreciate it. Then just bump. And in that case, this is never going to happen because it will never be negative. That won't happen anymore. Instead, we're back to the other solution because we need a reset condition. Mine only happened to work by coincidence once. I won't get so lucky again. It's probably going to go back to the jump if 0. Where we bump there, jump if negative, but jump if 0. In which case, everything I planned for works out after all. Because that'll only be a 0 if we're back on the other side. In which case, we go back to... That might do it. I think that might solve it. Because that'll just ignore anything other than a negative number. Or that basically tells it to ignore all negative numbers. And then it ends when it reaches the... You can't copy from with an empty tile on the floor. Try running something to that tile first. Copy from... It's not empty though, it's copying from P2, which is... Let's see what broke. Copy from F2, but it was still going up because it's only jump if negative its loop. And they're all negative now. But if 0, also go back to start. Negative, and then it hits 0. Zero. Copy to start this one, right? That might do it. Moving from 24, copy to P2. From P2, copy from P2. No, that'll just end the entire cycle. Negatively at the start, correct. If 0. Oh no. Copy to copy. Skip that again. That might do the trick. I solved the puzzle and I didn't need that, I don't care. I'm not trying to repeat all of it. Yeah, it looks like that was the solution. As long as the final number works, we're good. Oh no, I did need those minutes after all. That worked out for my numbers. very last step that I'm not sure I did. I think I've got it. I think my solution will account for a 1 integer string, but I'm not sure. It counts for everything. Can it account for a single string? If it can, we are in business. I think it can. We did it. I think we did it. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh God! Oh God! Hang on 1 second. I'm sending this to Liberty to say, hey, look, I did the final level. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Look at this bullshit. Fuck yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. That's right, Persephone. We fucking finished it. I can think of one place that'll save one step. Not even one we use. End program. Congratulations. Yay! What's my reward?
Congratulations. You've really become an invaluable instruction follower.
Yes, don't worry, your job is safe. We've replaced you with this electronic box.
It's called a computer. It iterates through a list of simple instructions, called a program.
It has a small amount of memory to store data while processing, like tiles on the floor.
It has inputs
and outputs.
Its simple instructions can be used together in infinite combinations to compute just about anything you can imagine.
A truly efficient worker that never sleeps.
It's going to change everything.
Please take your things and enjoy whatever it is you people do out there. Congratulations.
Yay, I've been fired. GG. My bosses are robots now. As the war goes on, as they try to fight off the giant robots in the streets. Yep, this is a Tomorrow Corporation game. Yay! I've been replaced with a computer! And my bosses are robots now. The end! Carol's not dead! Somehow. Boss man, boss lady. So there's only 2 bosses, but there is an achievement for talking to them at every single level. And I don't know which ones I talk to them in, so I have to go talk to them in all of them now. G. Ah. I am not completing this game. There's no way I'm completing this game. Technically speaking, I still have 6 levels left. I've beaten the game, but there's still 6 hard mode levels left to complete. Because there's still the bonus hard mode paths I never finished. Mod Module, Small Divide, 3 Sort, Alphabetizer, Digit Explorer, and Prime Factory. And I'm already well aware that these are harder than the final level, as some of them are, I'm told. Specifically, I believe this path is harder than this. And almost as long. It's me, though. I gotta beat every level. That's the point. What kind of a programmer am I if I leave the job undone? Just because I got fired doesn't mean I can't finish the job. I mean, I'm gonna get paid for it no more, but there's an achievement for it. Because the alternative is, it's almost 11, and I don't think I'd really have time to do too much else. I enjoy the game, but not enough to 100% beat it, but I enjoyed it enough to actually, I think, beat the levels. Achievement? Come on! Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I am being told that the sequel to this game is actually longer and harder than this game as well. Which isn't to say that I won't try it. Just that that is also a thing to keep in mind. How many hours of work can you fit in one day? Not enough. There's always a sad remainder of unworked hours. Gonna have optional night mode shifts to cram in more. For each 2 thing is in the inbox, outbox, the remainder that would result. Math. I said Liberty a screenshot of my results, and they said, yeah, that's about my results too. Yep. That'll do it. But if I'm correct, yeah, and the two each remainder, if you divided the first by the second, now actually divide. Don't worry about negative numbers for now. Yep. And they very helpfully give you the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, in theory, it's inbox, copy 2, inbox, copy 2. Ah, neck going nuts. You don't actually have to divide. No, you just need to actually subtract. So what you do, if you divided the first, so it's 6, 4, 5, 4, 3, so it's negative or positive. That's fair. So I think I need a 0 someplace. Inbox, copy to 0. Sub 0, copy to 8, which we're going to call 0. This is the divisor, and this is the dividend. I think that's correct. The divisor is the number by which another number is to be divided. Fuck, I got that backwards. The dividend is this one. And this is the divisor. Elementary school mathematics going back to bite me in the ass. So we have a 0, the dividend, and the divisor. At least these levels should be easier than the last few. That's helpful. All we need to do now is subtract we don't even need the 0, do we? Six minus 4 Oh yeah, because the 0 was for when I had to use the quotient as well. Because 0 got me the quotient, but I don't have a quotient, that doesn't matter. I only need the divisor. So 6 minus 4 will get, so this should get us, yeah, 6 divided by 4 is 1 remainder 2. So for instance, copy to dividend. Do it the other way around. Copy to dividend. Subtract divisor. If negative, copy from, because 3 divided by 5 would be 0 remainder 3. So copy from dividend and send to outbox and then jump. If it's not, if it's, oh wait, no. If negative, do this. If it's not negative, Then copy to dividend and jump back to do that and copy from dividend. I think that solves it actually. I think that's it. So that's -2. Cool. I got it backwards. This should be a 1, right? The fuck am I doing wrong? Alright, I see what's up here. Inbox copy to divisor, inbox copy to dividend, sub the divisor. And that amount will be, in theory, positive. Does it just keep subtracting? And that should just be copy to dividend, because that should make it, 8 minus, dividend minus divisor will then equal 5. So we copy to dividend. We're still holding the 5. We then sub the dividend again. Or sub the divisor and copy the dividend. If it ever reaches negative here, so that'll reach it down. So, sub the divisor. That'll then equal 2. Oh, I keep forgetting to do a jump at negative. If not, no, I did a copy to dividend. If negative, copy from dividend. Subdivisor. There we go. Copy to dividend. Subdivisor, if negative there. Copy from dividend. Outbox. Does that solve it? Copy from dividend. That's what I fucked up. I got it backwards. You can't divide by 0, but you can divide 0 by another number. Hell yeah. See, that wasn't so bad. Blue path isn't nearly as bad now that we've beaten green path. Someone told you didn't need to divide? Well, now you get to. For each 2 things in the inbox, how many times does the first fully fit into the second? Don't worry about negative numbers or divide by 0 or remainders. Oh, they give us the 0 this time. Easy. Good enough for copying and pasting for a previous assignment. Got that right. Inbox. Copy to 0. Inbox. Copy to 1. Copy from 0. Subtract 1. If negative, outbox, and then back to start. Wait, no, if negative, copy from 9, and back to start. If positive, bump by 1, and copy from 0, and then jump back to, oh wait, I don't even do that. Copy from 0, sub 1. More. Yes, you might notice the sign is similar when we were trying together one evening not long ago. You may go back and review work if you like. You can also copy and paste. No, we keep certain inventory in the office supply cabinets. 15 or fewer. Copy and copy to 1. Copy from 0, sub 1. If negative, copy from 9, outbox. Done. If positive, bump 9 up, and then jump back, copy from 0, sub 1. This one should be 2. Oh, whoops, I forgot to copy 2. Copy to 0. Because this one, for example, should be 2. There's a 3, but you outbox 5. What? Oh. I forgot to clear the 0. Oopsies. Copy from 0. Copy to 8. And now wherever it says 8, switch to 9. That's why it's 15 steps. Because I forgot that I need to reset it every time. That's why it's 15 steps. I was wondering why there were extra steps. Bingo! Barely over the speed challenge. We're doing fine. 3 sort. It helps that I already did that, like they did that exact same challenge later, but they wanted both the remainder and the quotient. Medical boys from worst rank all the way up to best performing. What? Where do you rank? Some thought while I clear this assignment. Need to sort sets of numbers. Don't worry, getter sources have no feelings, which we find to be convenient. 34 fewer commands, 78 or fewer steps. For each 3 things in the outbox, send them to the outbox in order from smallest to largest. No! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the final level again. It's the final level all over again. It's literally the final level all over again. Just easy mode. Fuck me. God. Why? But the problem also is I can't use the solution I used before because that one relied on absolute value, and I don't have absolute value as an option in the green commands. That's only an option in blue. So I can't reuse that same solution. Fuck me. The good news is it's always only each 3 things. There's no more zeros, so it's not as bad. It's no longer strings, it's just every 3 items. Inbox copy to 0, inbox copy to 1, inbox copy to 2. And then I'm holding 2, at which point, say, subtract 0. If negative, then that means 2 is smaller than 0. Yeah, this isn't so bad. Because it's limited to 3 comparables, I always will have the same data. If negative, then copy from 1. So we're going to copy from 2. Sub 1. If negative, outbox, at which point we copy from 1 and sub 0. If negative, oh wait, if negative, copy from 2. If negative, copy from 1, outbox, copy from 0, outbox, and then jump. This is going to be an inefficient solution, and I don't care because it's going to be a solution. However, if positive, that means 0 is bigger. Which means we already know that 2 is small. We already have 2 versus 0 compared. We just need to then copy from 0. Because that means 0 is the bigger. So 0 is a smaller number. Copy from 0, subtract 1. If negative, outbox. Now copy from 0, outbox. Which means 0 is now outboxed. But we still need to compare 2 and 1. This is going to get super complicated real fast. And 0 outbox, which leaves 2 and 1. Copy from 2. There's got to be an easier solution than this. I'm already lost and I'm going to get way worse. From 2. copy or subtract 1. Jump if negative. Because we need to have some kind of way where it jumps through. Because in theory, the smallest is 34/78. So even with 34 steps, you're only going over so many. Maybe that was the solution and I deleted it in error. Oops. If positive, then that means 0 is the bigger number. Copy from 1. And subtract 0. Let's see how we go. Nothing, I'm going to copy from 2, subtract 1. If negative, 1 is the bigger number. So copy from 2, subtract 0. If negative, copy from 2, outbox. Copy from 1, subtract 0. Jump if negative. If negative, we copy from 1, outbox, copy from 0, outbox, and then jump back. If, however, we do all of this and we outbox 2, but then we discover that 0 is positive, or sub-0 and that's positive, we copy from 0, outbox, copy from 1, outbox, and then we jump back to start, because that's all 3 done. So that's 2 possible combinations. Completely done. However, what if 2 is the bigger number? Well then, we copy from 1. And, wait, no, we wanted the smaller number first. So copy from, oh yeah, no, never mind. Hang on a second, get rid of those. If we discover that 2 is bigger than 1, but 2 is smaller than 0, no, sorry, 2 is bigger than 0. 2 is bigger than 0 and bigger than 1. We just need to know if 0 or 1 is bigger. Because we know that 2 in that case is the biggest. If 2 is the biggest, because yeah, that's positive, and that's positive. Wait. Never mind, no, I'm backwards. Copy from 2, sub 1, skip is negative. So 2 is smaller than 1, but bigger than 0. We already know the answer. 2 is smaller than 1, but bigger than 0. 2 is smaller than 1, but bigger than 0. Sorry, I'm repeating myself. I'm going through this in my head still. Because we know this already, we know all 3 in order. 2 is the middle number. Smaller than 1, which is the biggest, but bigger than 0, which is the smallest. In that case, copy from 0, outbox, copy from 2 outbox, copy from 1 outbox, jump back to start. That's taken care of. So now we have 210, 201, and 201, 210, and 021. Now, what if the other ones are the case? What if 2 is small? Those are all the combinations where 2 is bigger than, or 2 is smaller than 1. What if 2 is bigger than 1? Because those are the other 3 possible combinations. Okay, so in that case, if 2 is smaller than 1, we then need to calculate 1 versus 0. So copy from 1 and subtract 0. If negative, then that means 2 is bigger than 1, and 1 is smaller than 0. Which means we still need to compare 2 and 0. Because we would know that 2 is bigger than 1, and 0 is bigger than 1, but how is 0 compared to 2? So we copy from 2 and subtract 0. If 2 is negative, or it's negative as a result, that means 2 is smaller than 0, but bigger than 1. Which means the order is 1, 2, 0, and then jump back to start. However, if it's positive, then it's going to be from 1, because 1's the biggest number, and then copy from 0 and copy from 2. And finally, at the very start, if we find that 2 is bigger than 1 and 1 is bigger than 0, then it's going to be 0, 1, 2. Copy from 0 outbox. Copy from 1 outbox. Copy from 2 outbox. And then jump back to start. That should be everything. Holy shit, I think I did that actually in the high speed challenge, but I definitely fucked up size. 61 commands. 82 speed, not bad. And that's all the blue challenges done. That leaves, or sorry, all the blue levels done. That leaves green. And kicking the cat in the face. I'm sorry, the cat. I did not mean to kick you in the face. I'm not gonna do these 3 today because it's after 11 and I'm tired. I'm always for advanced. Only. Yes, indeed. Goodbye. Click. Incoming message. You'll receive 2 words. One is a decoy, a false lead, a red herring. Other part of important message. Fuck you! Fuck you! The man looks for useful numbers on the floor for you. They were just here. You didn't pass you in the elevator? Fuck! Oh God! Why? Let's see what the 10's for, because that way you can start putting... Okay, so I know the start of this. I'll get this started. Inbox. Copy to the absolute value of 23. Bump the absolute value of 23. Or sorry, bump 23 off the absolute value. And then jump here. If 0, jump here to part 2. Inbox, copy to the absolute value of 24. Jump if 0, bump 24, and jump back to before inbox. And so we will end unit and underscore. So that's the mailbox, we're going to a total of 5 items, not 0. Unite and Unity and it's always going to be 5. Oh no. Now it's going to total of 2 items, not 0. Wait. So I've got to account for the fact that it might be the same word. Okay, that is good to know. Jeez, this is gonna be a little tricky. But maybe not too tricky. Actually, not that bad at all. Yeah, no, not that bad at all. The same word, that's mean. So to start, we want to copy from 0, copy to 20, copy from 24, copy to 21. So we're going to call, so these are going to be A, and this is B. I know I'm solving this one now, but that's because I already know the solution. So after we are done with all that, excuse me, we then copy from the absolute value of A. Sorry, no, we'll we'll do it for, oh sorry, absolute value of A. And then subtract the absolute value of, not 0, of B. If 0, we loop back to start. If negative, we have plan A, and then if positive, we have plan B. If it's positive, then that means the first word is second alphabetically, which means we need to copy from... No, I need 2 more of those. Okay, in that case, 0, 10. Copy from 23, copy to A, copy to 0, copy to 10. 39 or fewer commands. Oh, that's not bad. If it's positive, then that means this word is the... Well, so yeah, we have to do in that case. We need to copy from the absolute value of this one and outbox. And then jump if 0, bump. Almost forgot bump. From A, subtract B. If 0, I need to bump both of them. No attack. Hello, kitten. Excuse me a moment. Where do I put that step? Last. Ah! We can do this. Bump A. Bump B. Hang on, kitten. Let me solve this puzzle. Give me 5 minutes and I should be done. 5 minutes and I should be done. You missed dinner, didn't you? You missed last meal. I understand. Here, no. Yeah, almost, I swear. Give me 10 minutes and I'll finish this. Bump A, bump B, and keep going endlessly. Copy A, copy B. But if we copy from A, and it's 0, we have a different solution. Actually, never mind, we don't. Copy from the first word. Okay. I told you, give me 5 minutes. I know the answer to this one, I just need to do it. Bump 0. And if you reach 0, and then, yeah, at this point, jump to 0, jump to end. Otherwise, jump to start. Copy from 0, jump to 0, if not, outbox and bump. Alternatively, if it's negative, copy from absolute value of 10, jump if 0, outbox, bump 10. And then, yeah, I made sure bump if 0, copy from, that does not matter. Unit, we're going to ignite, unzip. So we compare those. From the outbox to a total of 5 items, not 1. What? What did I mess up? Okay, copy from absolute value of 0. And bump 0. Outbox. Jump back up here, copy from absolute value of 0, which I bumped. Alternatively, oh, I forgot to include a jump. Oops. That's, yeah, the kitten, almost. I told you, give me 5 minutes. Unset, unite. The unite should go. Did I get it backwards? I got it backwards. Kitten, no, 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 no. Jump if negative. I am exhausted by that mistake. It should be uncapped now. With these other inputs, but it fails on the possible inputs. Here, I'll give you an example. Undo. But it'll work with that. If it reaches copy from, you know, I had the copy of 0. Why does it not work? Did I fuck up someplace? Oh no! That's mean! Okay. That's so mean! Why would you do that? Ugh! And it completely breaks everything too. Like, that breaks everything. Because it means I can't just compare because it might be a 0, you never know. But that is true that I forgot to account for different length of words. Yeah, that's a problem. Technically, I did account for if this one's shorter, I just failed to account if this one's shorter. Which I guess there is a possible solution. It just means I need to copy from A. I guess actually that is a solution. We'll do that. Copy from B, absolute value. And if 0, then that means that B is the shorter word. And we jump to 10. Whereas if A is the one that goes first, we jump to 0. That should work. That should do the trick. There we go. Fuck you. Beat the size challenge and the speed challenge. I'll look at this one and maybe I'll get, who knows? Maybe it'll be easy enough that I'll get all 3 of them tonight. We'll see. But I'm gonna go feed the cat quickly, so I will be right back. If I finish it tonight, I will be okay with that. But I'm gonna feed kitty quickly. I will try. I feel awake enough, and I don't. Let's see if I can finish these last two. Our users have been rating several hardware products with 1 star. With user reviews citing, draws too much power and overheats. Numbers are too complicated for test subjects. Occasionally there's alarming volume of sin from human users. So management to come up with a solution. So if the number is small and easy to understand. Grab each number from the inbox and send its digits to the outbox. For example, 123 becomes 123 becomes 123. Okay. That's actually, I can already tell the solution. There's no option for 0 stars because research groups were found to be in disagreement about the nature of 0. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, this won't be bad. Copy from, okay, so inbox, copy to 0. We then need to subtract oh yeah, we first need to copy from 0 and copy to 6. And to 10, 7, and to 100. Because we're gonna need a tens digit and a 1 digit. And to 3, which we're gonna bump. So this is going to be 1. This is going to be 1s. This is going to be, oh wait, no, delete. This is going to be 10s. And this is going to be 100s. So step 1 is, after that, is from the inbox, copy to 0, which is the base number. Oh wait, after this I'm going to need, yeah, no, that's right. So I need to copy to 0, and then with that number, subtract 100. If negative, we jump to the next step. But we're not there yet. If it's positive, we need to bump up the hundreds digit. Bump hundreds. And then, let's see, or before that actually, we need to copy to copy to 0, copy to 1. And then, yeah, copy to 1 again. Bump the hundreds digit up by 1. And then loop back to subtract. Copy from 1. And then subtract 11. And keep doing that until it's negative. That's our hundreds. Now we do the exact same thing for tens. Because once we hit negative, we need to copy from 1. Subtract 10. Jump if negative to work on the ones digits. If it's not negative, or you know, copy from 1, copy to 2. Copy to 2. Bump the tens digit up by 1. copy from 2. And then jump back to sub 10. For the ones digit, it's the same principle. Copy from 2, copy to 5. Slightly sleepy. And then, okay, from yeah, then sub 1. Oh, did I do bump? Yeah, I did bump up again. Sub 1. Jump if negative forward. But if not, copy to 5. Bump the 1s. Copy from 5. And then jump back to below sub 1. And then here we reach the final step where we copy from the hundreds. And if it's 0, we skip this next step, outbox. If it's 0, we copy from the 10s. And again, if it's 0, we skip this step, otherwise we outbox. And then finally, we copy from 1s. Outbox. And then finally, we jump all the way back to start. Was this one 39? No, it's 30. Okay, I'm way off. It's fine. I used almost every box. I think that's a record. Inputs, but it failed another possible input. Let me guess. If one of the numbers is a 0. I knew that was one of the possibilities. But I thought this would be fine. How does it handle the 8-0? What step is that? It worked. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I see the problem. I see. I need to create multiple possible endings. That's fine. Fuck off, but also fine. So if the first digit's a 0, then we do this. However, if the first digit isn't a 0, we need a different possibility. If the first one's a 0, then the outbox copy from 1. Box, no matter what it is, and copy from that. And then jump back. That'll do. Took an extra 5 steps, but it's fine. And then if the number is, let's see, that's if it's a actual valid digit. If it's a 0, then we copy from there, and if it's a 0 again, we skip. If it's not a 0, then it doesn't matter because that's always going to go because it'll never be 0. All right. Now, it was overall simple. I just failed to account for a specific situation where it was a 3-digit number with a 0 in the middle. 0 anywhere else was fine, just 0 in the middle specifically was a problem. Whatever. He is done now. We win. GG. Digit Exploder. 45. 361. Don't care. 1 left. The only challenge I've yet to complete, or sorry, the only level. I've missed like 90% of the challenges. So this is the only level I have yet to complete. Wait. Oh yeah, fully optimized. There's no achievement for beating all the levels in certain areas. The only thing is all levels complete. So actually, here's what I'm going to do. Now that I've unlocked every single level, I'm going to go back through all the levels and look for the other achievement that I can grab. Tell me more. Look at the list of commands over there on the right side and press the big play button and watch what happens. What will happen? Office life truly unpredictable. Full of surprises. I've been here 24 years. Yes, thank you. One day you can do it like me, but for now, back to work. Yeah, only if there's an exclamation mark if I not talked to him yet. Tell me more. Hello, maintenance department or conveyor system up here is working up here. Productivity is down 40%. Yes. Yes. Clearly. We'll see about that. Click. Well, the maintenance department says it's working fine down there. Well, you're useless. Alright. First things second, second things first. Things happening in and out of order. Constant anxiety in my life. Did we already talk about this? Maybe we already did, or maybe we will a long time from now. It's all the same to me. Rainy summer. Do a good job, our careers depend on this. Oh, come on, that's it. Tripler room. What? Yes, I am indeed the author of the award-winning novel, The Terrible Secret. What was the award? It was Outstanding Award for Technical Excellence. I select because pages were glued together so meticulously. Let's thank you. Back to work. I think that's a reference to Little Inferno. I believe Terrible Secret was Little Inferno, which means she might be the exact same front desk lady from Little Inferno. You might be wondering how you can self-improve. You're already perfect. Yes, I like to work on improving others. I find that people really appreciate that. Yeah, yes. She's the worst. So we've got incompetent boss and we've got micromanager busybody. Both are awful bosses. Both are absolutely awful bosses. The incompetent one who has no clue what he's doing and doesn't care and the busybody who has to constantly be involved in everything. I've had both bosses before. You can always ask me to show you the optimization challenge for the current assignment. That's it. 0 preservation initiative. Management values all numbers equally, even those numbers who have 0 or negative values. As the term negative can feel aggressive. We'll refer to those brave numbers left of 0 as values of oppositely signed opportunity. We didn't even unlock negative numbers at that point yet. If I have 6 apples and you take 2 apples away, what do we have? A workplace theft incident. Ha! Equalization. What are those scientists here for? You're doing just fine. I don't have a favorite employee. I enjoy supervising them all equally. I don't really care which numbers are bigger or smaller. I get paid the same no matter what. Yeah. Exclusive lounge. This assignment is a basic Boolean logic operation. It's called XOR exclusive OR. When there's new information you may research independently if you like. Yeah, I love how so much of her stuff is, you may research this independently, aka look it up yourself if you like this stuff. I would smile, but I don't have a mouth. I don't know at which point I started always doing this. But clearly it was way later than I thought. What's the secret to eternal youth? Enjoying your work, feeling important, and proper sunscreen application. Multiplication workshop, so halfway into the game. Fibonacci visitor. I'm gonna start this level just to get that text, and so that so I can just proc the achievement. Are you sure you're supposed to be here? This is a very difficult assignment. I have no idea how to do it either. What are prime factors? I have that written down here somewhere. They are the unique list of prime numbers that multiply together and result in a given number. What are the prime factors of 6, 2, and 3? What are the prime factors of 8, 2, and 2, and 2? What is the 5, 5? You still need help, feel free to ask a friend, or you're in the library, get back in the elevator, leave assignments, or something else. I was just thinking how to do this in-game. Social engineer. Okay, that was the last one. There we go. I was actually already thinking how to do this and how this would totally be viable. Nice. For each thing in the inbox, send its prime factor to the outbox in order from smallest to largest. I was actually... I'm joking. I kid you not. I was already thinking of a solution to this puzzle previously when thinking this might be an option. I think we got this. What's the optimization challenge? 28 or fewer, 399 or smaller. And once this is done, the only achievements I'll be missing are full optimization on both paths, which is not happening. I have zero interest in going for those achievements. I did it for orange. I'm not doing it for blue and green. Not happening. Inbox, copy to 0. Or I guess we could technically like 20. Bottom left-hand corner. So all we need to do now is find a way to divide that number by itself. I mean, just because I was thinking about it doesn't mean I actually knew. But in theory, the answer is to get all the prime factors. So just, given how complex it is, the answer is... I already have an idea as to how complicated this probably is. Because the prime factors are 1, which won't be relevant here, and we should ignore because it'll break everything. Same for 0. So 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so on up to... It looks like 19 is the highest we'll probably have to go. No higher than 19. So we need to put 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 17, and 19. Yep. So those are the prime factors we're working with here, yeah. A large number of numbers that small are prime factors. Not going to get into prime factors here. Now is not the time or the place to go into the science and philosophy of them. Let's just say that a lot of money is spent on them, and I'm not joking. So what we do here is we start off by copying from 0 and copy to actual 0. And then we bump it twice. Copy from there. Copy to 1. Bump 1. Add 2. Copy to there. So actually, let's do this quickly. 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 17, 19. I'm not going to bother anything higher because it shouldn't be necessary for this challenge. Otherwise, I would have given it to me by now. Copy to 5. Add 2. Copy to 7. Add 2. Copy to 9. Add 2. Copy to 11. Add 2. Copy to 13. Add 2. Add 2 again. Copy to 17. Add 2. Oops, no, add 2, not copy 9. Add 19. Copy to 19. Get ready for nuts. Get ready for fucking nuts. Not literally, don't worry. Inbox, copy to 20. Oh yeah, and also I need... let's do 0. So copy from, and then also we'll make this 0. Copy from there, copy to 2, copy to 0. Or I guess we can call this bump. Because that'll be the bumper. Inbox. No, actually... this will be down here. Copy from 0, copy to bump. That'll be the end of the show. Yep. Made all the prime numbers. And that's already all of my commands, so there's gotta be an easier way to do primes than this. But I don't care. This is the solution I want to use. I'm tired. It's late at night. It's the final puzzle. I don't care. This solution is valid. With the prime numbers in hand, inbox copy to 20. Subtract 2. If negative, we go to the next one, where we're supposed to start with a different number. If not negative, we bump. And then jump back and sub. For example, with 17, it won't have any effect until 17. So it'll go to negative, at which point we do more or less the same thing. Sub 3. Jump if negative. But in the meantime, bump. Oh wait, I should probably copy from 0. Copy to... We're going to call this 0 to avoid confusion. Copy to bump. Copy to bump. Copy from 20. Sub 3. If negative, move on. If not, loop the bumping. And we continue this for all prime numbers. Yeah, this is going to take a bit. Copy from 0. Copy to bump. Copy from 20. Sub 5. Jump if negative. I just realized that this is going to take absolutely forever and is definitely not an optimal solution at all. It's going to take like a few thousand steps probably. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Oh, I just realized that actually this solution won't work at all. I mean, it will, but this solution is going to require so many steps, it's not worth it. The optimal solution is 28, and I'm guessing I'm going to reach over 200 with this method. This isn't worth it. This is not worth it. There's got to be a solution that doesn't require several hundred steps. That is going to take all night to leave out. Not worth it. At all. Inbox. Copy to 20. But that's the problem, is that I need to get as high as 19 because it could be 19. Could go in reverse. Be faster. No, it wouldn't work because it needs to be the order from smallest to largest prime factors. All I can think of is subtract. And it's just like, how do I get that number? And how do I subtract? That is one option. One thing that'll save a lot of time, now that I think about it, is that technically speaking, the bottom row, because it's greater than 10, will only ever be itself. So for instance, after I copy to 19, I copy from 0 and copy to bump. So I can make this way smaller by realizing that I can cut some corners. So for instance, I then inbox copy to 20. I then subtract 19. If 0, we move over to copy from 20, outbox, and then restart. And in fact, we can skip those 2 steps and just go right here. And we can do the exact same thing, because after that, we can do copy from 20, sub 17, and jump if 0. And then after that, we can copy from 20, sub 13, and jump if 0. And after that, we can copy from 20 and sub 11. I also just realized I'm an idiot. 9's not a prime factor. What am I doing? I am a dumbass. 9 isn't a prime number. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19. That's even easier. Because 9 is a factor of 3 and 3. I am a dumbass. So, copy from 20, subtract 11. And jump if 0. Then, if it still doesn't get you 0, then and only then do we start the prime factoring, which will give us results between at most 18 and the fewest there, but that's way easier. So in that case, we copy from 20. And we copy to 21. OG shrink. Yeah, working with 4 factors is a lot easier than working with 8 already. That makes it exponentially smaller. Just on principle. Also, have done losing up our numbers. Fair enough. Fair enough. Copy from OG. Reduce shrink. Subtract know that. In that case, I can do if 0, jump here. And if not 0, it can't possibly be 1 because 1 doesn't have a prime factor, so it's always going to be positive. So there's no reason to put a negative there. So if it's not 0, we would keep subbing 2. So in that case, we bump up, bump, and jump up to sub 2. So it could be. As a kid, you school tell something and next year you're going, oh, that's rough. I'm debating if I make a brute force calculator where I just do all the prime factors and then... Because I'm missing what would be the solution. I can't think of the actual solution. This is a brute force for 4 numbers, and then the rest of them. But I'm trying to think of, like, is there an actual solution that works? That doesn't have to do with prime numbers. I mean, it does have to do with prime numbers still, but how? Yeah, changing schools is not great for trying to keep things constantly. Unfortunately. To think, what would I do to multiply? Because obviously there's the subtraction method, but that's super long-winded and not great, obviously. The other option is just to do every single number between 1 and 19 and then just go down the line. I guess, yeah, that's the brute force method. We could do that. Why not at this point? So in some ways, the educated other way is different than rock. Rock. That is raw. Bump 0. Bump 0, that makes 0 to 2. I guess what I could do is bump 23, bump 0 twice, copy to the absolute value of 23. But then how do I convince it to stop? Ah, that's how. Go copy it to 23. Copy it to 20. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but you're right, it does happen. Wait, that's 2 through 17, so copy it to 18. More work, right? Actually, more accurately, copy to absolute value of 0. Bump 0. 24. And then we'll call this 0. Don't you really? Intelligence is such a complicated thing. Test taking I'm good at, but that doesn't mean I'm the most intelligent guy ever. I just have a good memory for tests because I'm really good at memorizing random details. But intelligence is way more complicated than tests or IQ tests or whatnot. Copy to the absolute value of 24. Which would be 1. And then we bump 24. And then copy from the absolute value of 24. And then we jump. However, if it ever becomes a 0, we do this. So this should do what I think it does. Fuck. Copy from. So it's bump. Copy to 24. Bump. Copy to 24. Because it wouldn't be there yet. So if it copies zeros to everything, and then I can't do that either. So how do I get it just numbers back? And bump. I guess I would do the reverse thing. So yeah, let's make this easier. Copy from 24, copy to 0, copy to 0. Copy the 2 zeros, bump 24. So in that case, it's copy from 24. Or I guess no, it'd actually be... No, there we go. Copy from 0. Copy to the actual value of 24, which in this case is 1. Copy from 24. Now that won't work because that won't get the 0. Bump the 24. Make my life difficult, are ya? I don't want to do it all manually. I want to do it the easy way. Copy from 0, copy to 24. And then we bump up 1. And then we keep looping that. But the problem is, how do I get it to stop? There needs to be a jump at 0. But I can't tell because you can't copy from an empty number. And if I made them all zeros first, that won't work because then all of them are zeros. This solution really doesn't want to work. This brute force solution really doesn't want to work. This game really doesn't want me to brute force this puzzle. They really want me to find the correct solution. Fair. I just don't know what the fuck it is. I don't think there's a way out of this puzzle that I'm trying with right Because yeah, you cannot copy from an empty cell to see if it's a 0 or not. But if I paste over, then it's no longer a 0. Yeah, this is impossible. This current solution is actually impossible. That might be my cue to be done. Final puzzle, but I am tired. I might have to finish this a different day. It's after midnight for the 3rd night in a row. I wasn't joking when I said 4 hours, no sleep. I was up till almost 3 a.m. yesterday, just talking with a friend. Technically it was like 6 hours sleep, but creative license for the sake of the bit. But yeah, it can't be division because division takes too many steps for this. Given that I'm not dividing certain, like before it was always dividing 4, dividing 10, dividing 100, etc. This could be dividing any of 8 numbers, which is a lot more than 1 or 2, or even 3. 3 was super complicated and required all 9 cells. I don't have the room for 8. Like I said, that's just exponentially more. In addition to all the other shit to even prepare. Excuse me. Alright. Super brute force method then. Copy from 0. Copy to 0. Or 24, copy to 0. Boom. Boom. Copy to. Boom. Copy to. Boom. Copy to. Boom. Copy to. Boom. Copy 2. Boom. Copy 2. Copy 2. Do all these in a row. Really wish there was a way to copy paste more than just the entire formula. Just for situations like this. That's already more than the size challenge, and that's fine. I'll complete the speed challenge really easily. And then copy from inbox. Copy to 20. And then we play a game. We subtract each of these numbers in turn, which then gets a jump at negative. If it's equal to that, we have this solution. Copy from 20. Outbox. Jump. And similar. Then we do sub 16. If it's equal to 16, that's 18. So I'm gonna do this just to avoid confusion. Actually, what I probably should have just done is done these a little more. Yeah, I don't know. 19. And we'll say that's 2 just to keep it in mind. Everything is 2 more than it says it is. So 16 is 18 if you sub 18 and it's negative. And then the solution is copy from 2, outbox, copy from 1, outbox, I'm gonna get confused if I don't do this. Copy from 3, outbox, and then jump back to start. If it's 17, and oh wait, no, copy from 20. Almost forgot. If it's 17 and it's 0, jump 2. If it's 16, if it's not 17, then it might be 16. So 16. Doing the copy from it. And if it ends up being 16, jump at 0. Copy from 2, outbox, copy from 2, outbox, copy from 2, outbox, copy from 2, outbox. 2 times 2 is 4, times 2 is 8, times 2 is 16. And then jump of 0. No, no, not jump of 0. That's a jump. Oops, I see what I did wrong. Copy from 2. Outbox. Then I'm going to jump back to start. Now, but if it's a 15, well, 15 is just 3 times 5. We haven't done 5 yet. So if it's 15, and we're like 2, 2, 2. Copy from 20. Sub 15. So we just got to do everything down to 2. So just the brute force method. So 15. If negative, copy from 3, outbox, copy from 5, outbox, and done. jump if negative, it's jump if 0. Damn it, I'm done. Oh no. Jump if 0. Anyway, jump if 14. If 14 is 0, copy from 2, outbox, copy from 7, outbox, good job. Copy from 20, sub 13. Jump at 0 down to here. Copy from 20, sub 12. Because 12 is 2 times 2 times 3, as they said earlier. Rather than 2 times 3 times 3. 2 times 2 times 3. Copy from 2. Copy from 2. Copy from 3. Jump. That is it. Copy from 20. Sub 11 is 0. Down to here. Copy from 20, sub 10 if 0. Then it's 2 times 5. Copy from 2. Copy from 5. God, this is getting loaded. Copy from 20. Sub 9. Is there a times 3 times 3? Yes. So there. Copy from 20. Sub 8. Jump it 0 to where 16 is. We're up to 116 commands. Awesome. Copy from 20. Sub 7. Jump at 0 down here. Copy from 20. Yeah, at this point, all the calculations are already done. It's just a matter of drawing arrows. A lot of arrows. Copy from 20. Sub 6. Jump at 0 to 2 times 3. 2, 3. There we go. Copy from 20. Sub 5. Jump at 0 here. Copy from 4. Jump if 0. It's a 2 times 2, right? And finally, copy from 20. No, not finally. Sub 3. Not quite finally. I forgot there's still one more after this. 3. And then finally, copy from 20. Sub 2. Actually, I don't even need that, to be honest. If it's 0, then yeah, you jump there. If not, it's copy from 2, outbox. Then, yeah, if it's not that, you can just copy from. Outbox. I don't even need that, to be honest. I'm gonna do it in less steps. Just find a 2. But it fails another possible inputs. Here, I'll give you some inputs that cause your solution to fail so you can see for yourself. 12, 15, 20. Ha 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 ha! Called it. Okay, so first off, we gotta call this 20. We copy to 20 and bump 20. And just, no, that's fine. And then we have to add a new step. Copy from 20. But then in this case it's sub 20. And if your 20 is your sub, if 0, then your factors will be 2, remainder 10, 2, 2, 5. So where's our 10? Copy from 2. Outbox. Haha, haha, haha. Fuck you. I guess they're gonna keep going up. Nope, they had a cap. Brute force for the win! Brute force size challenge, but look at that speed differential. That is not how they meant me to solve Prime Factory. But that is the final puzzle. Excellent instruction follower. Achievement unlocked. How many optional challenges do I have left? I'm done in yellow. In blue I have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And in green I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So more left in blue than green. Interesting. So it's not complete. But honestly, I don't care. I'm not completing it. I don't feel like it. I do not feel like 100% beating this game. I do not think I would enjoy it. I do not think it would be fun. I should probably beat the prime number puzzle correctly just to see what they want from me. But overall, I don't care. Enough. We are good. I'm willing to count this one beaten and take it off my current playing list and be fine. Oh well. So let's see here. Yeah, that's 14 out of 16 achievements. It's fine. I have so many games I haven't 100%ed. I feel I can live without this one. And with that, that'll do it for today's stream. Because I'm good for the night. Let's go raid somebody. Who do we do the raid of? Ooh, who's still awake? Number of people. Ooh, I love that game. I'm gonna go raid that person. I haven't raided them in a while. Good sleep you as well, Persephone. Thank you. Schedule. No stream tomorrow because I will be at a friend's party for his returning to the state party. He's invited a bunch of friends and we're gonna go hang out. And that's right when I usually stream. It's at 6 and it's in Wisconsin, so I will not be able to stream. Sunday is a maybe depending on my schedule because I'm supposed to hang out with a friend that day, but I don't know when. So no idea what's going on Sunday. But if I do stream, it's possible. And if I do, it'll actually be Among Us because Ricky's lobby is on Sunday. So I might have a makeup stream on Sunday, makeup for Saturday, but it depends on what's going on. And then after that, next stream will be Wednesday with Terra Nil next week. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Gonna go raid Juker because he's playing Metroid Fusion, and that's a great game. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It is always a pleasure, even when the game is like, yeah, you know, it's a game. I loved it, but the last couple puzzles hated me. Ah, well. Thank y'all for joining. It's always a pleasure. And I'll see you another time. Later.